Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, colleagues, honorable members.
Morning, Chair.
Yes, thank you, and everyone else in the platform.
Morning, Chair.
Thank you. You are welcome today to this meeting, and thank you very much for being here. Albertina, if you can flight the agenda for us. Colleagues, we have 3 items today. We have a presentation by Agbiz. Colleagues, if you can mute, please, while we start the meeting. We have three items today as shown above. We will have the briefing by Agricultural Business Chamber, which is Agbiz, and Miss Annelize Crosby will brief us, and then we will take the second one after that, which is going to be the committee alone. We will release Agbiz and everyone else, and then it will be the processing of the performing animal protection amendment bill. And then the last one will be the briefing of the committee staff on the last item. Let me officially welcome you all and open the meeting officially. And let's take the apologies. Albertina.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members and our guests and colleagues.
Yes.
The apology from Minister. Minister Steniers will be joining the meeting a little bit late due to prior arranged commitment. As well,
okay.
PM Kapa also is not available for this meeting due to prior ministerial commitments, Chair. Those are the only two apologies that I received. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, do you have any apologies to forward before we continue? Okay, there's nothing. Well, that's fine. The apologies of the minister and the deputy minister are noted. We will then go to the first item on the agenda. Let's welcome our guest from Agbiz. And Annelize, are you here?
I am, Chairperson.
Okay, please do introduce yourself, and also if you have colleagues that you are with on the platform, please introduce
Thank you very
them.
much. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Annelize Crosby. I'm the Legal Intelligence Manager at Agbiz. There are 4 colleagues on the line. They are only here in case there are some technical questions, or they might want to respond to some of the questions that you are posing. They are Ms. Rulene Legrancy. She is from CropLife. Ms. Paula Bester from CGA, the Citrus Growers Association. Mr. Corneil Lowe from Grain SA, and Mr. Willie Jacobs from Potatoes SA.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and they're all welcome.
Thank you very much,
You
Chair.
can then, yes, you can then take the platform and make the presentation as agreed.
Thanks so much, Chair. So, Chair, first of all, thank you very much for allowing us this opportunity. We know that your program is very full, so we really appreciate this. Also, Chair, just by way of introduction, we want to make it very clear that we are seeking solutions, and that we fully acknowledge that the agricultural sector consists of a number of stakeholders, and those stakeholders include our farm workers, and they include the communities within which the farming activities take place. They also include the whole agricultural value chain. So we want to take a positive approach. We want to find win-win solutions that will be to the benefit of all the stakeholders, also that you as a portfolio committee are serving in the agricultural sector. Chair, so if I can go over to my first slide, just briefly, who is Agbiz? So we're a voluntary association. We represent a number of stakeholders. I'll show you a slide just now. We have over 100 members within the agricultural value chain, and you would know as the portfolio committee that about 14% of our GDP in the food and fibre is attributed to the agricultural sector if you look at the total value chain. And our function, and I want to stress this because I think it is important when one talks about an emotive subject such as this, which can be quite controversial. We are committed to playing a constructive role in the country's economic growth, but also in its development and in transformation. And we want to create an environment in which agribusinesses of all sizes can thrive, expand, and be competitive. And they can only do so if the sector as a whole and also the communities in the sector are doing well. So one of the ways that we do this, that we achieve our objectives, is to focus on policy, and we try doing this in a manner in which we do research then to make contributions to whatever policies are being discussed. So very quickly, just there, all the members, you can see some of them are in finance, some in mechanization, some in inputs. We have the traditional agribusinesses. You can take your time in looking at the slide. I'm not going to point out all of them. Chairperson, we all know that agriculture is a cornerstone of national development and that the sector contributes significantly to food security, to job creation, to economic development, and also to rural livelihoods. Many of our members are involved in one way or another with smallholder farmers, with communities in the rural areas. Modern agricultural production systems rely on access to safe regulated agricultural inputs, including pesticides, in order to ensure a viable crop yield and also to safeguard our national food security. Chairperson, in some of the other presentations that we've seen, in some of the inputs that were made, also at the colloquium that was held recently, there's one also almost gets the feeling, that there's a perception that one can completely do without these inputs, and that, the sort of an utopian kind of vision of what agriculture is like. But the reality is that we cannot farm and we cannot supply food to everyone that we need to ensure food security for if we do not have access to these agricultural remedies. But the agricultural industry is committed to the safe, responsible use of these agro remedies. We're also in favor of scientific-based regulation. We're not at all against regulation. And sustainability is critical to the sector. It is becoming more and more so. As we faced with challenges like climate change, as the awareness of the importance of sustainability is growing also internationally, it really is becoming more of a focus for the sector. Industry supports continued stewardship and the alignment with international best practice, while safeguarding long-term sustainability of agricultural production systems. Like electricity, motor vehicles, all sorts of things, Chairperson, crop protection chemistry is inherently hazardous, and we recognize this, but it is also indispensable, and it must be managed within strict parameters. So plants and animals suffer from disease and pest attack just as humans face illness. And modern pesticides, when properly chosen and applied, are the agronomic equivalents of antibiotics and vaccines. We cannot do without them. Sudden blanket bans would be the policy equivalent of banning electricity after a domestic electrification. Well-intentioned but counterproductive, and we're worried about the potential unintended consequences of the banning of some of these substances, particularly if it were to happen very quickly. So sound policy, in our view, must strike a balance between public and worker health, environmental sustainability, and the imperative to produce sufficient, affordable, high quality and safe food. Once again, Chairperson, one sometimes get the sense that the parties which are very much against the use of pesticides do not recognize the impact that this may have on production and on food security. And there definitely will be an impact, because if you cannot control the pests, you will have a lower yield, and lower yield translates to shortages. Shortages translate to higher food prices, which will impact on the poor in our community. So just some further background. All stakeholders that are part of the agricultural sector, including the farm workers and their families, are important. I've already said that. While alternatives such as organic farming methods are valuable within some niches, this is not yet scalable or commercially viable or even affordable across broad hectare staple crop systems. So once again, there's this perception in certain groupings, that we can just for all farm organically. And unfortunately, we're not there, not by a long way. So this is essentially true in dryland production areas and high-pressure pest environments where the risk and volatility are high. Agricultural projects are subject to stringent regulations as well as residue testing. The agricultural practices and production in South Africa, the risk differ from that in other countries and on other continents. So just saying we must ban certain things because they're banned elsewhere, or we cannot use certain products because they're not used elsewhere, we need to recognize that our situation differs and we have different pests and a different climate and all of that. Producers are custodians of both the environment and the livelihoods of thousands of workers, and are committed to upholding high standards of safety, compliance, and stewardship in pest and disease management. Once again, Chairperson, the producers particularly, they're living on those very same farms. It would be absolutely unthinkable that you would poison your own environment where you are living, your family are living, where you still have to make a living, hopefully for decades. And then also it's important, by way of background, just to recognize that there is misuse, but a lot of it is happening outside of the agricultural sector. So the next slide is on the extent of use of these highly hazardous pesticides. South Africa is also Africa's largest producer of maize and among the top exporters of wine and citrus globally. And we need crop protection and larger volumes of agricultural remedies. We are aware of approximately 3,390 products that are currently registered, and this is constantly changing. And the new registration, we can work around a figure of about 3,400. Regarding the highly hazardous pesticides specifically, we have approximately 290 products that are either substances of concern or restricted agricultural remedies. And several of these remedies have been phased out over the last few years already. There are some examples there. Aldicarb, chlorpyrifos, sorry, those names are very difficult to pronounce. And several more of them have lapsed at the end of June. The affordability of these products is also linked to the affordability of food in South Africa. So sometimes, there might be alternative products, but they might also be quite expensive, and that then has an impact on the end product. The extent of the use of these highly hazardous pesticides and substances of concern. Once again, we want to put it emphatically that industry is committed to developing more sustainable and lower risk solutions. But the reality is that these solutions take time to develop and also to implement. So if you look at the UN Global Framework on Chemicals, it requires that by 2035, stakeholders must have taken effective measures to phase out highly hazardous pesticides in agriculture, where risks have not been managed and where safer and affordable alternatives are available. So also it's not a blanket sort of a goal that they are putting. They do recognize that there's certain realities that need to be managed. South Africa is well on its way to create a conducive environment for the replacement of highly hazardous pesticides with less hazardous alternatives, but we need a bit of time to get there. So as far as the policy and regulatory framework is concerned, we operate under a highly regulated crop protection regime, and I'm sure you know this as members of the Portfolio Committee. There are strict labelling laws, there are application standards, there are maximum residue limits, and there are also record-keeping requirements. Act 36 of 1947 is our primary legislation, but even though it is old, a lot of regulations have been made in terms of this piece of legislation. The last was made during 2023. And over and above this legislation, which deals with the registration of the remedies, there's also environmental, health and labour legislation. And those of you that attended the colloquium, there were presentations by all of those government departments as well. So they also play a role in ensuring the safe application of these remedies and the impact on health that there potentially may be. Proper resourcing for enforcement, however, is very important, as well as coordination between the different government departments. Then on responsible use and application, then our sector recognises and acknowledges the risk associated with agrochemical use and is invested in promoting responsible, regulated and safety-conscious practices throughout the value chain. The sector also recognises the need to evolve towards safer and more sustainable crop protection systems, but this must be done pragmatically and collaboratively with due consideration for local production realities, economic viability and food security imperatives. We also just want to emphasize that there are pest control operator regulations in place that focus on safe and responsible use of these hazardous remedies. So what industry initiatives have been taken on the responsible use of pesticides? There are stewardship programs to promote safe handling, correct application and responsible disposal, because disposal is also a big issue. There are farmer training and education programs. Safety and storage best practice has been implemented to ensure product integrity and to reduce the risk. And the limitations of PPEs in low resource contexts are recognised, but there are ongoing industry efforts to improve its implementation and also the access to PPE. Pesticide poisoning is a notifiable medical condition, meaning that the law requires that these incidences be reported to the Department of Health. So they also have an important role to play in all of this. And then all the exported crops, of course, require a global GAP standard or certification, which means that there are independent third parties that are also auditing the compliance in respect of those products. So we have a couple of recommendations from our side. We believe that a multi-stakeholder task team would be a good idea. Such a task team would be composed of all the stakeholders, so government, organised agriculture scientists as well as civil society, and can be tasked with developing and guiding the implementation of any future phase-outs of these highly hazardous products or other regulatory changes. They could explore exemption mechanisms or restricted use frameworks for essential products. They could conduct impact assessments that consider things like regional agronomic conditions, economic viability, availability, registration, status, affordability, and also the impact on food affordability. And they could also ensure that any future policy and regulatory shifts are predictable and evidence-driven. Consider the risk of resistance in some of the tools that are no longer available. Do not compromise national food security, and support the resilience of rural economics and grain-producing communities. So, by way of conclusion, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, the sector recognizes the need to evolve towards safer and more sustainable crop protection systems. But we believe we must be very practical and realistic about this, and we must work together, and we must consider all the potential implications and realities that can impact on this. Any transition towards reduced reliance on highly hazardous pesticides must be gradual. It must be science-based and also aligned with the agronomic realities and food security considerations. We need to keep in mind that the hazards differ between agricultural industries and commodities, so diversified risk management will be crucial. And then also, the industry is committed to ensuring that farm workers have access to the right kind of training, the correct PPEs, and have the knowledge about the products that they are working with, and ensure compliance as required by the law. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Annelize, for the presentation. Our appreciation. Honourable members, there is your presentation from Agbiz. I will see by show of hand if you would like to come in.
I hope you see my hand, Chair.
Hello, Member Ari, please.
Chairperson Dalane. Dalane, Chairperson.
I'm trying to write down here. Yes, I hear you, colleagues. So I have Honourable Mtetwa, Member Throlip, Member Smith, Aris.
Dalan.
No, I had Ndalane. I'll add you.
Okay.
Member Ndalane and yes, Tama and Dr. Nkabane. Let's start with you, Honourable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to honorable members, greetings to our guests and to our officials. I would have loved to hear it clearly from the presenter to say where is she standing exactly? Is she saying, please allow us to use highly hazardous pesticides because they are important for production in the commercially viable manner? Because that's what I'm getting as an undertone, but I needed to hear your emphasis. But then we need to balance. It would be nice if you came here and you brought the Farm Workers Association, which we also heard their side of the story, wherein they complained about how these highly hazardous products are affecting their health as farm workers. so that we then strike a balance that as you pursue profits and to pursue productivity to supply the external markets, that you also take care of your staff turnover, especially on the health issues. The terms you are using when you keep on saying food security, I think I've come to realize that we are talking of a different interpretation of what is food security. I think based on commercial farmers, food security is the reality of them having been able to produce food to make it available for the market. But you also have another school wherein food security means access to factors of production, which include land access, owner's equity, labor, and buildings or infrastructure to be able to produce food for yourself without having to rely on buying that food from the shops. So those are two different schools. So commercial farmers are pursuing a direction where they have factors of production, but for commercial gains, where you also have another human side where people need land, they need money, so they do farming for themselves, then they will take care of food security or food insecurity. So we need to harmonize those terms when we speak, that you are speaking for the industry at a commercial level. They have a different interpretation of food security as compared to a human civil society level. But be that as it may, we had a case last year of food poisoning of kids who died as a result of some of highly hazardous pesticides that were used on food. Now, the question is, as you advocate for the usage of these pesticides, at what level do we then take responsibility when in the downstream consumption of these pesticides, we are experiencing food poisoning, which we know now that it is actually raised as part of the highly hazardous pesticides that were used on food. It is against that background that those children actually died. And now, what is our intervention on that? Furthermore, do workers have access to health insurance? We know that they are earning very less money or wages, which does not allow them to be able to have access to good health facilities. Now that they're exposed to highly hazardous pesticides, do we have insurance as an industry that we make available, because it is not their creation that they find themselves working in a highly hazardous environment. It is because the employer needs these pesticides for the well-being of the product. So be that as it may, you are allowed to use them, but do you also balance the equation to ensure that in case of any eventuality that somebody contracts a disease or inhales some of these hazardous pesticides, do we have access to that insurance? Because I think we need to have that. And I also hear you talking about safe handling of these products, but you must also match that with the human side of things, wherein insurance must be guaranteed too. There's what we call hazard allowance, meaning there has to be an allowance given to an employee in case they have to go and do their medical checkups, so that they don't stay longer, because the danger in the agricultural sector is that once you are no longer productive as an employee, you get laid off and somebody else is actually employed in your space. Why? Because you actually suffered a disease that you actually acquired whilst you are on duty. But on duty, you find that you are not given guarantees that you can be able to have access to health facilities. These are things that we need to also balance. But also, I'm interested to your use of a term transformation. For me, transformation, it means ensuring that the agricultural sector, especially at the level that you are at, I saw all the brands that are supporting you. I'm interested in terms of demographic parity to say how much of our demographic representation in a country is part of all that value chain, because the money is circulating around all those brands that are there. But I wonder whether is it cascaded across all actually democratic representation. So ensure that as we support the agricultural sector, we are supporting it because it is representative of everyone. It is not one-sided. So if you can enlighten us to say, what do you mean by transformation? Or you just transform yourself from being better to being best, but without actually taking into consideration the previously disadvantaged communities which are affected in the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tetwa. Member Trolip.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone in this meeting, and thank you to Ms. Crosby for the presentation. Chair, before I go to my question, I just want to raise a concern. My concern is that we haven't seen the minister at one of our meetings for a long time, and I can't even recall. Sorry, I'm being interrupted.
I'm sorry. Yeah, just hold on. I'm trying to change the gadgets here. Trolip, you can continue. I'm sorry about that.
Thanks very much, Chair. I want to raise a concern that we haven't seen the Minister of Agriculture at one of our portfolio committees for a long time. And I can't even recall when last we saw the Deputy Minister of Agriculture. And that's a matter of concern to me, because the topic that we're discussing now is a significant topic. It requires the attention of executive office bearers as well as the departmental officials. And I think they are being derelict in their responsibility by not attending our portfolio committee meetings. With regards to the presentation, I do want to say that I take note of the fact that Ms. Crosby says that agriculture is concerned about blanket bans and immediate cessation of use of certain products. But we have identified that HHPs are very hazardous products, and they need to take note that some of these products have really very detrimental consequences when used irregularly, and that if there is to be a ban, that there should be a phased-in approach to prevent a vacuum, because you can't produce commercially and profitably and viably without maintaining control of pests. So I do take note that there was an appeal for a phased-in approach and to try and find lower risk products, because that's where the solution really is. I also understand, Chair, that organic production is very sought after. The end product is very expensive. So if you shop at certain outlets that sell organic products, they cost considerably more. But their competitiveness in their production is a problem, because people who produce organically don't produce the kind of quantities that non-organic production can achieve. So in commercial agriculture, people tend to pursue non-organic agricultural production. To me, the area of greatest concern is responsible use. Now, there are two areas where agricultural pesticides are used. They're used in agriculture, and they're also used for domestic purposes outside of agriculture. And the incidents that Honourable Mtetwa was referring to, where children were being poisoned after consuming contaminated food, it appeared that those agricultural products were coming into our country illicitly, and they were being sold on the illicit market to control pests in a domestic environment. Now, those products are not licensed to be used in domestic environments. They're licensed to be used in agricultural environments. So we need to make sure that agricultural use products are not finding their way into the domestic market use. And I think that's a big area of concern, and that's why I'm really troubled that the Minister and Deputy Minister aren't here. And then prescription adherence in responsible use. There are two areas in agriculture, and I'm speaking for agriculture now. I've noted the concern about domestic use of agricultural products. But in agriculture, there are two areas where producers focus. One on export production, and where there's export production, there's a massive compliance regulatory environment where third-party and independent organizations evaluate the use of the products, the storage of the products, the training of staff, use of PPEs for staff. Those compliance regulations are very stringent. However, in the domestic market, for products that aren't used for export, the compliance regulations are much less stringent, and people get exposed to irresponsible use and application of HHPs. Now, this is the area where we, as a committee and as a department, need to focus our attention very heavily. Because in the export market, there's external compliance, evaluation, and oversight parties. But local production, there isn't such a thing. So I want to align myself with Honourable Mthethwa around labour. I think it's really important in developing this multi-sectoral task team. I think that's a very responsible proposal, but labour must be included as a stakeholder, because people who are applying these hazardous products need to be properly trained. They need to be properly prepared and given the adequate protective clothing, masks, enclosed tractor cabs, etc., etc. And this is an area where it's very important to have labour involved. So I'm curious to know whether Agbiz has included labour. And then I would like Ms. Crosby to talk about local commercial production where regulation and compliance of use is less regulated. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Trollip. We just want to recognize the fact that the Minister has joined, as he had apologized earlier. And we had a concern that he was not here and the DG is here. Trying to check if I have missed someone, but Minister and DG, you're welcome. I think the DG was here before. Honourable Smith.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Yeah, for once, I actually agree on some points with the Honourable Mthethwa, which is quite a weird situation for me.
No, we're glad to hear that.
Yes, Chair, I think it is, you know, he made some very important points as well regarding, you know, risk and because, you know, when you're going into the mining sector and all of that, where there's a high risk, you know, that there is a type of a risk pay that is included. I think that, you know, helps to mitigate that risk factor for the workers that is working with highly poisonous materials. Chairperson, and yes, then I actually want to ask, you know, some feedback, because we had in this committee a lot of allegations, you know, of farm workers being working with these materials and not having all the PPAs and all the other shower facilities and so forth. So I would like to get a response from the presenters in terms of that, because allegations versus reality, and I think we must also differentiate between the commercial sector and the informal sector, or not the informal but the upcoming sector, and the ability to comply with all these regulations. And then I would also like to hear in terms of, there was a mention of the very strict regulations and inspections that take place. So if I can just get some more clarity in terms of those processes that's in place, how regular that's done, and also the frequency of that. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, this device is a new device, so I'm still trying to figure out where to look on it if it looks funny on your side. Thank you, Chair.
No, it's fine. Thank you so much, Member Smith. Member else? Aris?
Morning, Chair. Thank you very much. I also struggle with my gadget, but I will get it. Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. My questions that I would like to pose is just that the impact it has on environmental and health impact that this highly hazardous pesticide has on farmers. Specifically, they must present us statistics on the impact it has on, specific, and I think, remember, the Twitter did mention it, farm workers that is exposed to this highly hazardous pesticide. And then also in terms of, the education and training on of the use of these pesticides, and also then the storage of the storage practices. And then I would like to ask them what alternatives did they propose? What alternatives to chemical pesticides have been promoted to protect the young and the biodiversity? And then also, I would like to hear from them is that I didn't hear that they say how misuse or overuse of pesticide being addressed, especially among small, older farmers. And also the last question that I want to ask is what measures do they ensure that the residue on food remains without safe consumption? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Paris. We are at Member Dalane.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. And let me first welcome the presentation and also acknowledge the Honorable Minister present with us here today. And I think my question, I've got only two questions. That what training programs are available for farmers? The second one is are there government subsidies or incentive schemes to offset the shift or low risk pesticide? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dalane. Tama. Member Mutama.
Thank you, Chair. And honorable colleagues. No, Chair, the presenter is giving us a lobbying point for industry. But as public representatives, our job is to protect the people of this country. And we cannot allow for the reasons of profit that farmers produce these highly dangerous products for our people. So what we need is to regulate this industry. We can't allow a situation as it is now, where the industry is self-regulating and therefore making sure that it will continue to perpetuate these environmental hazards, health hazard on our people. And it's an industry which is known for gross violation of human rights. We all know the story of those women who were killed in Limpopo, fed to the pigs by these white farmers. We cannot allow an industry that serves the interests of its private members to self-regulate. It is up to the state, it's up to government, it's up to us as legislators to actually legislate to protect our people. So I want to ask the presenter if they have engaged the Human Rights Commission, because it has been doing work monitoring the impact of these highly hazardous pesticides on our people on farms. And it is true that farm workers are the most vulnerable, and the farmers do not take care of these people, and they are exposed to danger by using these chemicals which white farmers are using for profits. And we must not be gaslighted by the presenter by talking about food security. This country does not have food security for the black majority. 63% of our people are considered food insecure. 63%. That is a very high percentage. That shows also the unpatriotic nature of the South African agricultural sector. We need to move with much haste to transform this sector, to give it a proper national character, because as it is settler, colonial, and profit-driven. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Butama.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members and the Minister. I'm told he has already joined. I'm also going to greet the presenters of this presentation that we're dealing with today, in particular to welcome the presentation as presented by Ms. Crosby. It is a bit comprehensive, although one is picking up some of the gaps that we need to work on as we navigate the system in trying to transition, because we have a responsibility to also comply with the UN Global Framework on Chemicals, of which she has already indicated that by 2035, we need to have phased out highly hazardous pesticides in agriculture. As much as Chair One welcomes this kind of regulation, that we need to also look at it as we move forward. But I think it's very important for us to make sure that whatever transition that we come up with, it is just. As we have seen with the energy sector, we need to make sure that indeed it is just. It is whatever transition that we're coming up with, that alternative is accessible, affordable, and also it addresses the barriers to entry in agrochemical industry. Because we should not think about an alternative that is going to close out some of our people. Hence, we understand that this sector is still dominated by the minority. We need to make sure that we diversify and all our people, they do have access to the industry. In particular, those that we believe they are small farmers, small-scale farmers, they need to have access to this alternative, and it should be accessible and affordable. Because if we do not also look at those factors, it is going to compromise some of the transformative agenda that we are coming up with as the government of the 7th administration. Chair, Ms. Crosby indicated that South Africa is on its way to create a conducive environment for replacement of these HHPs with less hazardous alternative. So I just want to find out, or maybe propose that, because the minister is here, Agbiz must have an engagement with the technical team from the ministry or from the department. They must do a pestle analysis where they check some political factors, economic, social, cultural, technological, environmental, and legal, so that as the committee, we're in a better position to identify some external opportunities as well as threats, and used in conjunction with internal assessment, because the minister must as well come up with their turnaround strategies that are in the pipeline in trying to respond to the UN Global Framework on Chemicals, which we need to meet the target by 2035. And then we'll be all in a position to form a strategic decision-making and planning on how then do we transition as the country. With the recommendations as well as the conclusion of the presenter, she suggests that we need to establish a multi-stakeholder task team. I want to align myself with Honorable Trolip as well as Honorable, is it Buthelezi? I can't remember. I'm so sorry, Honorable. That we need to also include labor. We need to also include agrochemical industry. It's very important that we move with them in our stakeholder engagement intervention so that they understand the transition that we are going to embark on. And it must be done on a just, I want to emphasize that, programmatic and collaborative manner. I support the presentation, but those two teams, Agbiz as well as the technical team led by the minister, they must have a consolidated approach on how are we going to go about in ensuring that we then transition in a just manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkabane. Have I left anyone, honorable members, who would have wanted to speak when I was noting?
Sharon was struggling.
Who is speaking?
No, it's like I was just saying Sharon Davids, she was struggling.
Oh, okay. Honorable Davids? She doesn't seem to be here. Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. I want to believe that, excuse me, I'm fluish a bit today. I want to believe that Annelize and the team, you have noted all the questions. I see that you indicated you have Rolin Lehanch from Crosby, Paula Beste from Citrus Growers Association, Corne, Low Grain SA, and Belia Groups from Potato South Africa. Now, the issue that I want to go to, Annelize, is that, and I think it has been raised by one or two members, that the Human Rights Commission has done a lot of work with the farm workers, and that they have found a number of challenges that these workers are facing. I know that in the presentation you are acknowledging that there may be challenges, but there are just two things. How do you then make sure that the members that you represent comply with protective measures of these farm workers, because one death of a farm worker is too many. One death of a child is too many. I would like to know what strategies have you taken to make sure that farm workers are protected, because they rely on the farmers to be able to give them protective clothing and make sure that they are safe when they are at home. And we have noted that once one farm worker has been affected, it affects the entire family, because these HHPs are very hazardous, as you would know. And so our request is that our aim and objective is that they should be the farmers should stop using them. They should be banned. And you say that you want to do it on phases. We do not have a problem with that. But the question I have, which is the second one, is in line with the UN global framework that by 2035 we must have phased out. What work have you done so far? Because 2035 is not 30 years to come, it's about 7 years to come from now. So we must have started to do something that shows that you are willing to phase out, so that it's not something that it's a slogan that we talk about, and because we're still in 2025, we see the 2035 very far from where we are. In 10 years, I don't think that it's too long. Very soon we will find ourselves in 2029, in 2030, and we would not have done anything to protect farm workers as labor, because you need them as much as they also need you. So I agree with the honourable members with all the issues that they have raised, but mine is the two. How far are you? And we can't hide behind Annelize and the team. Excuse me. We can't hide behind the fact that if we phase out or if we ban these hazardous pesticides, it's going to compromise national food security. Somehow we must find a way of dealing with that without compromising or sacrificing national food security, the same way that other countries are using. And I understand that our situation may not be the same, our geographic situation may not be the same with other countries, but we cannot allow a situation where we witness people dying every day. I've noted that in your recommendations also you say that, and I want to believe, by the way, that the children that were referred to by Honorable Mkwetwa were not the only children that have died. We know that when we spoke to the farm workers, we realized that there are a number of people who are sick, who may not be dead, but who are no longer being able to go and work. So you say that in the recommendations also that any future policy and regulatory shift should be predictable and evidence-driven. I don't know how much evidence you would need, Annelize, that would tell you that the HHPs are very hazardous and dangerous, as other members have raised. Honorable Crosby has actually indicated that earlier on when he spoke. So I think that we cannot keep on hiding behind, some of the things that would make us feel that if we call for the ban, it is wrong, because of course it's going to compromise national food security. My belief is that all regulations and policies have always been predictable and evidence-based, because I think government doesn't wake up in the morning and just take a decision. They do research the same way that you do, and they engage, and everybody else participates, including Parliament. When there are decisions that we take as a committee, there's always an opportunity for public hearings, for people to come and make input, including business and everyone else. So mine is to check on the two. So how far are you in terms of beginning to phase out, so that we don't talk about you talking about phasing out and we have not yet started so far. I will go back to yourself, Annelize, and the team, and allow you to respond to the questions, and then we'll go to the Minister and the DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for all the questions, and thank you for your attention to the presentation. Chairperson, I'm going to start with you merely because I jotted it down, and I'm worried that I'm in a place where I'm worried I'm going to forget after I've responded to all the other questions. So let me start with your remarks about the evidence-based and the fact that Parliament always invites everybody and all of that. That is absolutely taken. We understand. We've been involved in many parliamentary processes over many years. And we're also not hiding, Chairperson, we're not hiding behind national food security. And the food security is a very critical part of this. And I fully acknowledged also that there are different concepts of food security. And I'm going to ask Corneille Louw to talk about that a little bit later. There's national food security, there's household food security. But they are interlinked. And all that we are saying is that these things need to be balanced and all of them need to be taken into account. And that's why we've come to you exactly to also bring these things which might not have come to your attention in other presentations that have been made to you that focused on the human rights issues, which are also very, very important, focused on the health issues and the labor compliance. But we wanted to bring the issues to you that is important for us as an agricultural sector and the unintended consequences that we foresee. So we're not saying that they're the only ones that are important, that you must disregard the others. You must, of course, look at all of those, but please also consider what we've brought to you. Chairperson, there's been a lot of questions that really relate to labour issues and labour inspections, as well as land issues and transformation issues. And once again, whilst we recognise that they are interlinked, and we can come and address you on those if you want us to, but we are here today to talk about these agricultural remedies specifically. The Human Rights Commission, they were also present at the colloquium in September in Stellenbosch. They did a presentation there. They have not approached us, so we're aware of their findings. We have studied it. We're more than open to talk to them, but I don't think it's up to us to go to them. They usually invite parties to come and engage with them, and we're fully open to do that. In terms of your question, what work is being done about the phasing out? What are we doing in the meantime in preparation for 2035? I'm going to ask one of my colleagues, I think, Rulin, you said that you would be able to talk to that. Just there is already a phasing out. I also adhere to that in my presentation, but Rulin, can you maybe just give us a little bit more detail?
Thank you, Annelize, and thanks, Chairperson, and everyone for allowing us to be here today. So I'll just give you a brief background on what we've been doing up until now to phase out highly hazardous pesticides where possible. So the regulations that Annelize referred to that came out in 2023 that started the process of phasing out HHPs, although there were other products like chlorpyrifos and Alticorp that Annelize also mentioned that were phased out even before then. The regulations defined substances of concern. So high hazardous pesticides are chronic hazards and acute toxicity. The substances of concern are the chronic hazards. So those products have all, you had to go through a period where you have to do a risk assessment. So essentially you'd look at the inherent hazard, and then you have to, if the hazard is flagged, you have to do a risk assessment to see whether the risk of using the product can be controlled or not. Or there were also some derogation clauses in the regulations to say that if there is really no alternatives and it is essential, then you can do a risk assessment to evaluate and make sure that we can use these products responsibly. So that process is ongoing, and for all of those products, if you couldn't do a risk assessment or you couldn't meet the derogation clauses, you cannot keep them on the market. And for some of these risk assessments have been submitted to the department. The registrar wasn't happy with a lot of the risk assessments that were conducted or the questions that came back from the public, because we had to send it out for public comment. So the applicants had to go back and address that. So the point is the registrar is also making sure that he is very confident with the risk assessments that are being put out there and that we can actually manage all of the risks. So at the moment, none of those products are that I'm aware of officially approved, but some of them are going through the process of derogation. So all of the substances of concern essentially have been phased out, except for very few that will stay for essential uses. The restricted agricultural remedies are the acutely toxic products. So those have been restricted to pest control operators to ensure their safe use. And those are the ones that we will have to spend more time to look at how we're going to phase it out, and also do local risk assessments and engage with grower associations to see exactly which ones cannot be replaced, and if they can't be replaced, how can we mitigate those risks. So that is the process that we are busy working on, and that's just for the restricted agricultural remedies. Thanks, Annelize.
Thank you very much, William. On Honourable Mtetwa's questions, first of all, Honourable Mtetwa, you said you wanted to hear me clearly. Yes, we are asking that to keep on using these HHPs subject to the restrictions that are on them and the regulatory environment that is in place until we can find alternatives. So we are asking for an opportunity to look at phasing out, to look at alternatives. Secondly, you made a remark that we should have brought the farm workers. We do not represent farm workers. We do believe that the farm workers are a very important part of our sector, but they are not members of ours. And we know that the farm workers have been before you, or at least the Women on Farms grouping have appeared before you. So they are a very important constituency, but we do not represent them. You said we must strike a balance, certainly. I think we can debate exactly what that balance is. I think the chairperson and some of the other members made that same remark. We are fully in support of that. And then on the food security, I'm going to give over to Corneille Louw to try and respond to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Annelize. Honourable Minister, DG, and the rest of the Honourable Portfolio Committee. It's a pleasure to speak to you this morning. I'm Corneille Louw, and we represent Grain SA. Grain SA is a producer organisation that represents commercial farmers, but also developing farmers in the grain and oilseed industry. Just on the topic of food security, I think if we go and look at the stats, as South Africans, we can be very proud of what we are achieving in South Africa. If we compare ourselves to the rest of Africa, we are basically one of maybe 2 or 3 countries that are food secure. Yes, there are commodities that we need to still import, like, for example, wheat. But for the rest, we maintain good food security. And just on the definition of food security means we have access to enough food for the country. But one part that we easily forget is the affordability of food. So affordability of food is crucial, and especially for a developing country like South Africa, which is still very much in our growing phase in the economy. We need to produce affordable food. If food is not affordable, we are not food secure. And that is why crop protection is so important, such an important tool to produce crops viable and sustainable in South Africa. So we need to make sure we maintain food security, and the same goes with our household food security. If we have many subsistence farmers in South Africa, as Honourable Matete said, we produce food for ourselves as well. But without these tools, without these crop protection tools, we will also not be household food secure. You need these tools to be able to produce food for the country, but also effectively for yourself as well.
Are you done?
I think he's done.
Yes, Chairman, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. You can continue, Annelize.
Thank you very. I see some more hands, Chairperson. I don't know whether they want to come. You want to allow the members to come in now, or would you want me to finish first?
No, I would want to allow you to finish first, and then I'll take the hands. I wanted to acknowledge that I see Honorable Nkutama and Tetwa. Let's allow them to finish the responses, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, thank you very much. Chairperson, on Honourable Trollop's questions, I think I agree with a lot that he said in terms of the occupational diseases and insurance. I mean, we do have the occupational disease legislation, the OSH Act that is administered by the Department of Labour. I think, let me see. I agree that we're concerned about the blanket bans and the immediate cessation, like Honourable Trollop said, and would prefer a phase-out approach. Responsible use is indeed of critical importance, and we are committed to that as a sector. And then also the remarks on the domestic use, I think we also agree with. It's the agricultural sector is highly regulated, but there's a lot of pesticides being used in other sectors of the economy and in houses and in businesses that I think also need to be equally strictly controlled. And fully agree on the point that Labour should be part of a task team if there is such a task team. I think Honourable Trollop made that point, but also a couple of other members. So, I think that's an oversight on our part, but I do think that they need to be part and parcel of that. Honourable Smith talked about risk. Rulien, I don't know if you have any input on the issue of risk. I think it's important to consider risk. And sorry, Rulien, do you quickly want to just come in on the issue of risk?
Yes, please. Thank you, Annelize. I think what is important is when we talk about any product and the hazards that they have, it's not as straightforward because a hazard is an inherent property of the chemical. So it doesn't necessarily mean if it has a hazard that you can't use it without risk. And that really comes into play as to how you use it and how you're exposed to the product. So, for example, if we look at attract and kill products. So we, for example, have a product, dichlorphos, that is a highly hazardous pesticide, but we use it in attract and kill product. So it's like a small block that you put in a trap, and it makes a fume that kills the insects that's attracted to the trap, and then it kills them in the trap. So it is a highly hazardous pesticide, and it has an inherent hazard. But if you look at the risk assessment of using it in the way that it is registered, the risk of being affected negatively by it, a small block, then the risk is really low. So I think what we are asking as an industry is, rather than look at, for example, where other countries ban things, or so in the EU, for example, the products come up for review, and then the EU Commission looks at certain hazards or risks that's been identified, and then the applicant or registration holder has opportunity to go and generate information and data to support its registration to see if risks can be managed. And this is done for EU conditions, EU uses, and the way in which the product is registered there. And then we want to enforce it in South Africa, and where our products, our uses, and the way the product is registered, our soils, everything is different. So I think we would just ask that we, instead of just looking at the hazard property, even if we have a hazard, that we have the opportunity to look at the way in which it is used and conduct local risk assessments for the way in which it's used in South Africa, and then make a decision based on our local risk assessment. Thanks, Annelize.
Thanks, Rulien. Chairperson, then there were also a couple of questions about training. There are a couple of training programs. There's ongoing training by CropLife. There's training by the Citrus Academy and some of the other commodities. We can supply you with more information in writing afterward on some of the training initiatives that are being undertaken by industry. And then Honorable Andile Tama, sorry, I probably butchered your surname. Apologies for that. You said our job is to protect the people of this country. Yes, indeed. But part of protecting them is by protecting the agricultural industry and the production of safe and sufficient food for our people. So I think one must take a holistic view of how, you protect the people of the country. And certainly, they must be protected against risk. And that is why we have all this legislation, the labor legislation, and the health legislation as well. You seem to think that the industry is self-regulating in terms of these pesticides and agricultural remedies. That is not the case. It is a highly regulated environment, government regulated. Then there was a question about less hazardous alternative. I think there is some research happening into less hazardous alternatives, but that research, of course, is costly, and it also takes time. And I think very often, you have to then also test those alternatives in practice, but it is important and it is ongoing. Yeah, Chairperson, I think I have broadly covered most of the questions. I'm going to ask if any of my colleagues want to come in on anything, and I'm also going to ask your indulgence that you do allow us to respond in writing afterwards if there's anything that we missed out on now. But let me just hear any of the colleagues. Is there anything that I missed that you would like to make a contribution on?
Annelize, it's Rulien. May I please have a second? I just wanted to add on the alternatives, because I think it's important to know that we are looking at alternatives, and there has been some significant developments with regards to alternatives. So first thing I'd like to say, it isn't as easy. An alternative isn't necessarily a product that has the same label claim. So for example, if it says you can use it on a specific crop against a specific pest, it's not necessarily that it's a straight replacement. It's much more complicated than that, because it depends where you can apply it, what's the efficacy of the product, etc. But our regulations that came out in 2023 does allow the registrar to fast track the registration of low risk agricultural remedies, and also to replace products that are identified as substances of concern. We also asked the registrar to include that they can prioritize alternatives to restricted agricultural remedies, which is the other leg of highly hazardous pesticides. So there's good developments that have occurred to facilitate the process of getting alternatives onto the market quicker. Thank you.
Annelize, it's Paula here. If I may address the point on residues.
Please do.
Good morning, honourable members, Chair, Honourable Minister of Agriculture. It's a privilege to be here and to be able to address you. And thank you to our colleague Annelize, who put together the presentation for you. Just on the topic of plant protection product or active substance residues on food, how are these scientifically set? How are they tested for? And how do we know these are safe on our food that every South African enjoy, including all of us online? So how this principle works is it is based on residue breakdown trials. So essentially the registration holder of a product will in practice spray the product on trial sites with prerequisites in these trial sites to accommodate for, let's say, the worst case scenario under best agricultural practice. So that means they apply the highest dosage rate, the maximum applications allowed per season, etc., to account for a worst case scenario in your season. Then they measure the residue on the final harvested product. This residue is then fed into a scientific calculator by our Department of Health. So again, it is the government that regulates the safety thresholds, or the MRLs. They feed this residue into a scientific calculator that tests if this residue would affect all consumers across South Africa if they consume this amount of residue each and every day for their entire lifetimes. Also, what would the safety threshold be if they consume a lot of this residue in one day? So essentially taking into account a key reference dose, but also acceptable daily intake. All vulnerable groups across South Africa are taken into account, including children, the elderly, and pregnant women, and none of their safety thresholds should be exceeded. If such a safety threshold would be exceeded, the MRL would not be gazetted or published in our regulations. So that is how maximum residue limits are established, and they are gazetted by government, and they are highly regulated. So if fresh produce are sold, the prerequisite would be you must test for the residues before it can be sold. On exported produce, you also have to comply with MRLs abroad. So extensive testing before produce gets exported. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Annelize.
Thank you very much, Paula. Anybody else before I give over to the chairperson for the follow-up questions?
Annelize, can I maybe support?
Go ahead, good night.
Chairperson, maybe just to add about the use of crop protection. It is really a tool in agriculture to keep our plants and animals safe and healthy. If you compare it to human medicine, you need some human medicine to keep us healthy. But if we use it incorrectly and not responsible, it could be just as dangerous to us as human beings. And if we don't accept that responsibility with crop protection, the same as we do with human medicine, it will be dangerous. Inherently, crop protection products are supposed to control a pest or a disease or help with the crop safety. But if we don't use it responsibly and take ownership of that responsibility as an industry, we're gonna fail. So we need to take on that responsibility as producers of food. We need to look at the environment. We need to look at our workers and everyone alike. But we need to know that risk and take ownership of that responsibility. But by taking away these tools might be the wrong medicine for what we try to achieve in using safe and producing safe food for the country. I just need to also say about the environmental impact. All of our farmers that I know of, they farm for their children and their grandchildren. They are seen and want to be known as custodians of their environment and of their farm. So, and looking at the cost of agrochemicals, no one would use agrochemicals just by way of being irresponsible on a farm particular. So I think on the environmental impact, even in the registration of these crop protection remedies, lots of work is being done to prove the safe use for people and the environment and animals alike when these crop protection remedies comes to the market. Thank you so much.
Thanks, good night, Chairperson. Lastly, I just want to give Willie Jacobs an opportunity as well, if you'll allow.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And, thank you, honourable members. I represent the potato industry, and I'm sure all of you find specifically potatoes in South Africa one of our principal sources of nutrition. We have got quite a number of farmers that are producing potatoes for own use and also trying to stimulate production in, like, for instance, school and community gardens so that people can feed themselves as well. And I think one of the issues that we need to understand is without certain of these chemicals, you won't be able to produce potatoes viably at all. If any one of you have ever tried to produce potatoes in your backyard, you will understand how difficult it is to fight with all the organisms that you find below the soil, and that you don't really have the ability to protect yourself against. So the big issue here is that we need to maybe just understand the possible unintended consequences that we have when we ask for things like maybe blanket bans or the stop of use of certain chemicals. I'm referring to a simple thing like fly spray, insecticide in your house can also come under these type of chemicals. I don't think we understand maybe the bigger impact that we have in terms of having to regulate and to manage these chemicals. And the biggest thing that we can do is to educate all the users to a specific level to understand what the results are that they need to achieve, and also to make sure that they are aware of the risk and aware of what they are doing with it. But I think for us in the potato industry, it will be very detrimental to specifically the sustainability of production of potatoes in South Africa if certain of these chemicals are not handled in the right way in terms of the phase out or looking for alternatives specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Willie. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Annelize. I think that, yes, you can write and submit supplements of the questions and submit to the committee. I would like to allow the two members that have raised their hands, maybe they still want to ask you questions, Annelize. Honorable Kutama, I don't know whether it's your legacy hand or it's a new hand, but if it is new, please take the podium and you'll be followed by Mtetwa. And then the last one will be Honorable Trolip. Thank you very much, Kutama. Okay, it looks like it's a legacy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. No, I wanted to make an intervention.
Oh, at the time. Okay.
No, now, a follow-up.
All right. Go ahead.
No, thank you. Just 2 points. Firstly, I want to observe that the racial profile of the presenters is troubling to me, because if they're going to look after the industry, then they need to reflect the demographic of the country. That's a by the way observation. Now, 2 critical points. The presenter tells us that hazardous substances are context-bound, that somehow Europeans have a different biology than us here in Africa. Now, Chair, I want to caution that kind of a thinking is an underlying racist motif. All of us as human beings have the same biology. What is dangerous in Europe is dangerous here. And we should, in fact, if we follow proper protocols, make sure that we ban all food substances or hazardous matters which are being banned in Europe in order to maintain a good health standard for everyone. That's the one thing. The other thing is misleading and refusal to accept that there's food insecurity. I really like the presenter, I think it's Mr. Lowe, to tell us where he gets his statistics or information from, because the Human Sciences Research Council research of last year shows 63% of our people are with no food security. The same high statistic is produced by South Africa Statistics. So where does he get his notion that there is no food insecurity in this country? Or maybe he's speaking on behalf of the white minority who, as a privileged sector of our community, and they might not be impacted by poverty and food insecurity. But he must not come here and mislead the House by saying that there is no food insecurity. Where does he get that statistic from? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to also our honorable members. The question that I wished also our presenters to give us a perspective on is the volume of export food from our country to abroad versus the volume of food that remains in the country here. Why I'm raising that question, it is gonna give a glimpse to an onlooker or those who are listening here to say, the reason why there is a push on the usage of highly hazardous pesticides is because of the number of volume of food that is being exported. So which means the end user of this food, it's not the locals, but it's the international community. But the demand that this food must be produced here, and then that's why the national agenda is not met, wherein the demographic of the country can have access to food. And access to food for me is not access to food in the shelves, in the shops. It's access to the factors of production so that people can produce their own food. So their definition and our definition, at some point, I think we are using different definition, and theirs is also propelled by profit maximization and foreign currency being brought into the country as a result of the trade that is happening. The more I hear a defense of the usage of these highly hazardous pesticides, I'm drawing a conclusion that our presenters are supporters of genetically modified food, which means this food that is produced and the seeds that are produced scientifically using chemicals, because they seem to be supporting anything that is not organic but chemically driven. And so which means they are responsible for the outcomes. I wish Department of Health was here, because there is a study that is now showing an upswing in the cancer affecting more of our people. And when you draw a line, or when you reduce that into the lowest denominator, it amounts to the type of food we are consuming. The type of food we are consuming is highly poisonous, or with a lot of preservative, or with a lot of chemically induced products or properties, which eventually affect human beings. And let me put the issue of labor, because Annelize is saying they are not representing labor. I will then be economical in my question in saying, when you include labor, it's not because you are a union, but you include labor because in the factors of production in economics, you cannot omit labor. So you being here, yes, I understand you are a conglomerate body of different brands and different value chain, but you can't exclude labor just because you are not a union. No, you need to have labor as a factor of production, because when you omit labor, then you don't have actually people who are producing. But unless you are giving us the impression that you have adopted artificial intelligence to be the one that does labor work for you, and the drones, no wonder that labor is no longer necessarily that important, and the emphasis on these being hazardous to you, it is less important. But what is more important is the protection of the products, of the commodities, but not the protection of human beings. And that the more you defend it, it is showing that you are not for the people, but you are actually for profit maximization. So I can say it's a protection of profit that are coming out of the production, because you need volumes to be able to send abroad, because it's clear there is less food being produced for the consumption of our locals. Even the locals are subjected to go and buy even basic fruits and vegetables from the shop, as opposed to producing these for themselves. Maybe it's high time Europe must start producing food for themselves using their own land. Why? Because they have this technology, they've got all these access. Given the brands that are supporting you, you shouldn't be stuck to changing from hazardous to less hazardous product, but you are stuck with this hazardous product, yet you command banks supporting you, but that is not enough for them to diversify and change. But it's also giving me the impression that you don't understand alternative goods, because in business, when you are using one product, you need to develop an alternative in case of any eventuality, because we are not defending the protection of human beings just because we like to. It was not right in the first place that you use a hazardous pesticide on food that is consumed by human beings. But now we find ourselves having to debate and defend these, yet it was not right in the first place. So it should be easy for you to phase out, but you don't want to phase out, you want to keep it. And I know you are using money into this so that in case we don't comply to your terms, you will take matters to other levels where you want your way. Unfortunately, we need to defend human beings. If we don't, that will be the end of the ecosystem. What's the point of defending non-human beings only at the expense of human beings? And so where is procreation? These are things we should be sitting down and discussing. But I think you are supporting genetically modified food. I understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trolley.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to try and avoid going on some rabbit trail and just restrict myself to the commentary about the presentation, which is the use of highly hazardous products. And there's no doubt that everyone is at idem that we need to find alternatives and that we can't have a vacuum. And the point I want to make, judging from this presentation and others that we've had in this regard, is that as soon as you have a vacuum, production of all foodstuffs, whether they're for export or local consumption, whether it's for commercial farming or personal use farming, will be decimated. Potatoes, for example. If we can't control eelworms and nematodes and other pests that are under the ground, we won't be able to produce potatoes. They just get spoiled before they're even harvested. And the same applies for maize, and same applies for all staple foodstuffs. So if we can't control the pests in the production of foodstuffs for local consumption or export consumption, we will be faced with grave food insecurity, compounded by the fact that the less food is produced, the more it will cost. And the poorest people will suffer the most, because with food scarcity, we've seen what happened to potatoes just a year ago. The prices dropped to about half the price it was a year ago. Potatoes were unaffordable. And if food becomes unaffordable, it compounds food insecurity. So we've got to be very careful as a portfolio committee that we make scientific decisions based on scientific facts, not some facts conjured up in someone's mind. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Trolley and honourable members. I'm not very sure whether, Annelize, you have a response on some of the issues that members have raised, and I would just align myself into what Honourable Trolley has just said, that if you respond to the issues that are relevant to the presentation that you have made.
Yes, Chair, I'll be very quick. I just want to put any misconception that we're saying that Europeans have a different biology correct. We definitely did not imply that. What we're saying is the climatic conditions and the pests here are different. The questions on the volumes of export food and so on, Chair, we can make that available. I don't think it's directly relevant to the presentation, but we can make it available to you if you're interested. Points on labour, we agree with, and we engage with labour at NEDLAC all the time, Chairperson. Chair, yeah, I can just once again also just underline what Honourable Trollop said. For us, the concern is really, what can happen if we don't have these remedies available and we don't have alternatives that are viable in place. There was the potato famine in Ireland in the 1850s that killed such a large part of the population. We don't really know food insecurity in South Africa. We've been lucky, but it will have devastating consequences if we ever get to that point, and we must manage that, and we must do so responsibly. So thank you very much once again, Chairperson. Very much appreciate the opportunity, and we will also send you something in writing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Annelize, for the presentation and the responses that you have given us. It will help us to look at the information that we have. As you know, that we have had a number of people who came to make presentations, so you are one of those, and we're worried that the year was running to an end without having heard what you wanted to say. I want to go to the DG, but and the Minister will conclude there. I want to make this comment to all of you and DG as you would come in, and the Minister, that in the presentation, there is an issue around food security, and that Cornier, when he responds, he talks about South Africa having which does not have a problem with food security, and I want to agree with them that South Africa is one of the most food secure countries, especially in Africa, or amongst the other countries in Africa. However, food availability does not equal to food access, DG and Minister. And Cornel says the challenge here is that it's affordability. And I keep on hearing this issue, and I'm asking myself a question as to who is supposed to assist in the food availability, the prices, and the like. I know that it's not necessarily about the food, the affordability only, that we have families that cannot afford. DG and Minister, you know that recently we've had reports that were talking about children dying because of hunger in Gauteng, which is, you would have thought that it's a rich province, and the Eastern Cape, you would understand it's mostly rural, but we've had challenges of children dying there. And so it may not necessarily be affordability only, but I think it's your role somewhere that you have to play. In the report that we got from the human rights, we picked up that even here in the Western Cape, in the provinces like the Western Cape, where you would not think that you will have malnutrition and stunting, and that most of the challenge that we have here is stunting. I think also in the Northern Cape, and that talks to food insecurity. So as much as we do have enough food and we can export, but it seems that we still have a challenge with the food security at a basic level. So I'm going to leave that to yourselves, DG and Minister. I want to believe that let's allow probably the Minister, if you would like to come in and if you want to give the DG to comment. Let me hand it over to you now, Minister. Is Minister still with us? Honorable Minister, while we don't have Minister, he's still here, but maybe please unmute yourself. DG, you can come in while we wait for the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. If I may just make a request, because this meeting has discussed quite a lot of issues that have got to do with the act that is under discussion, which is under the registrar. And if I may just request the Chair, through your permission, that Mr. Mudzunga, who's the registrar, just to respond to quite a few issues, then I will touch base on a number of issues that I have heard from honorable members and also from the industry.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Mudzunga.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, ministers, and the DG. I'm only going to respond in general to say that the issues that are debated here are policy issues that the department have already announced on in 2010. One is that pesticides are important for the agricultural sector. Two is that the policy framework recognizes that the department have got an obligation to protect the environment, and the health of the people. 3, there is a category of products that are called highly hazardous pesticides that the department need to pay attention to. So that is the 2010 policy. So I do not know whether what is being debated here, we want to re-debate the policy that we have taken in 2010, that we need to pay attention to certain category of pesticides which are highly hazardous pesticides, which require proper management. Now, if what is being proposed here, that the management of these products need a different approach other than the phases approach that started in 2010, leading to 2035. It will be important that the industry, as they are going to respond to you, Chair, clearly demonstrate what exactly are they doing to address the issue related to the hazard and the risk associated with this product. Our approach, which we have been doing since 2010, is indeed to phase out these products, in particular where there are alternatives, and we have been gradually phasing out this product. And even towards 2035, the department will be continuing with the phase-out approach, which include that alternatives then need to be available. But if industry, in terms of their approach, is of the view that the risk associated with the category of this product could be managed, it will be important that industry then can demonstrate that indeed the risk associated with this product can continue to be used. If you look at all over the world, in particular in Europe, America, New Zealand, Australia, because of the risk associated with this product, these products are applied by professional applicators. In other words, farmers, farm workers, including farmers, are not allowed to apply this product. They are applied by professional applicators. And that way, then one can then manage the type of risk associated with this product. So if there is a proposal that indeed is aligned with how globally this product are managed, it will be important that industry then present that. And I think as the department, we will then be able to look at that. What I can confirm is that we do not simply ban products when we have not assessed that there are indeed alternatives. Indeed, the alternatives may be costly, but in our approach, if the cost to human health is higher than the cost of the product, we would indeed go for the ban of the product. And that's the process that we have communicated to the industry in 2010, and we are giving them almost 10 years to indeed come up with the measures to address the fears that they are putting forward here to the portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matunga. Gigi, would you like to come back?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I think Mr. Muzunga has addressed the policy issues quite well. If there is a policy gap that needs to be addressed, I think the department is quite open in terms of the engagements with industry to address those policy gaps. And as policymakers from your side, I think it is also important that these things are known. The world has moved, Chair, in terms of where we are. I think as the registrar has indicated, there's a rational approach to the evaluation of agrochemicals per se, which then looks also at issues around food security and balancing protection against the needs of human health and environmental safety. And that is what the registrar is always striving to do. I think there was an indication that was given earlier on. I think it was Honorable Mkutama who referred to issues around food safety and the Human Rights Research Council report, which I have got to indicate that the Honorable Mkutama is right. The only issues that that report that we see is actually commissioned by the department. And one of the recommendations that is within that report talks about food safety and how we should deal with food safety in general, honorable members. Now, Honorable Dr. Ngabane says that we have got to look at the engagements from a pastoral approach, having engagements with the industry. There was, after the engagements that the Human Rights Commission had with the August Portfolio Committee, we had a colloquium which Crosby has reported on, where in Stellenbosch, where we had engagements on agricultural and environmental reform in general. And we had many of the role players being here. You had scientists, you had labor, you had industry, and you had government departments, all of the government departments that honorable members have been referring us to go and look at. Now, you also have Farmer Association. And this multi-sectoral dialogue that we had agreed on then having a structure that would deal with the issues. And I think that as we depart from this platform, we should just indicate that in terms of our engagements and the One Health approach that we want to have, we've agreed in terms of structuring how we then engage all of us to deal with this area of work. But all of this is based on what Ntate Muzunga had highlighted around the pesticide management policy, which we had outlined, and those debates with industry are carrying on. And we would also like to call upon industry that we should continue in terms of this debate, because somewhere in terms of our discourse, we will be able then to find a way of dealing with the issues of pesticides in our country. I would then want to address only one issue. I think it was Honorable Trolip and Honorable Mtetwa, on how do we deal with the local versus exports. Now, there are minimum requirements in terms of any market, in terms of how we deal with those markets. And there are ways and means in which we deal with maximum, with the pesticide registries that we are having in our country. That, therefore, maybe in terms of alignment, we would be what Ntate Muzunga was relating to each and every time we've been looking at our regulations and how we regulate going forward. I would like to conclude, Chair, that when South Africa hosted G20, especially the issues around the meeting of agricultural chief scientists, the meeting on agricultural working group, and also the food security task force, what was very evident is that agricultural production, innovation, the empowerment of women and youth, and at the same time looking at how food security, looking at all facets, whether it's availability, it is an issue around access, which includes affordability, or nutritional status and health, were the center. That is why the Food Security Task Force Declaration, which will guide the world for the next years going forward, has got aspects on how do we deal with issues around food safety. And food safety to us is paramount in terms of how do we look at the way that we deal with products in our country. Now, the Chair asks us whether we are dealing with the issue around food availability. And I would like to refer, Chair, that a third of the food that we have in South Africa is actually wasted. That is why there is now a work that we are doing with the Department of Trade and Industry, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, to deal with food losses. Because if you look at a third, almost 10 million tons, it means that we can feed the 63% who are food insecure, as indicated in the discussions with the food that we are producing. So South Africa in general does not have an issue around the availability of food. Yes, in terms of food production, maybe we are not producing where the food needs to be produced, because if you look around, there is a lot of unused land where in the rural areas where we can be producing food there. But if you have got to look at it at a general national level, the food that we are producing is enough for the country. How do we deal with food losses is very important. And within the context of the resolutions and declaration, and also the Ubuntu approaches that we have from the Food Security Task Force, we also address that. Now, how are we going to ensure that we peg down these very important principles of the G20? Is that we will be outlining our action plan, which we would like to share with Parliament going forward. We will also be finalizing the National Food Security Plan, which will be discussed at the Food Security Council, which is chaired by all departments, so that we can be able to then deal with the issue around food security across all dimensions, from availability, accessibility, nutritional status, and safety. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture.
Thank you very much, DG. We do appreciate your availability and the information that you from time to time assist us with. Excuse me. I would like to bring back the Minister if you can hear me. Minister, if you can hear me, please come in.
Thanks very much, Chair, and sorry about earlier. I'm at Parliament and there's a problem with some of the reception here from time to time. Just to say thank you to the presenters, and obviously thanks to the honourable members for the questions that were raised. I just wanted to, without detracting from what the Director General has said and what some of the other experts have said, is that we are committed to moving away from highly hazardous pesticides, as I think has been very clearly said. We are signatories to a number of international treaties that are where we have international commitments to move towards better products and more environmentally friendly products. This is also part of the international movement around regenerative agriculture and seeing the soil as a resource, and ensuring that what we are doing is protecting the soil as a resource and not exploiting it just to maximize yields and the like. With that in mind, as you would know, we already have been in a process of digitalizing the Act 36 application process, and I've had a number of presentations now on the rollout of that. We already do it with pesticides, and from April next year, we will no longer receive paper-based applications for pesticide registration in South Africa. It'll all be moved to an online system. But that in the process as well, we're also looking at ways in which we can fast-track biological alternatives. In other words, incentivizing biological replacements where these are available by ensuring we have a fast-track process. We hope that what this will do over time is lead to biological and more ecologically sensitive alternatives being incentivized to move through the registration process quicker. And hopefully this will then stimulate as well the number of applications we will receive for biological alternatives to some of the more hazardous pesticides that are being used. I just want to add that, Chen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the input that you've just made. Now, indeed, we appreciate that the department has taken a decision to look at, 86. I think it's very old, and I think the country has changed and the situation has changed. So we do need to adhere to different times. So we do appreciate that. The only thing that I think I would want us to look at, and I think you just said it, Minister, to fast track the process. Because we seem to be very, outdated and slow in managing these hazardous pesticides. So we need to deal with the process even much better and a bit faster. I still am not happy that, Annelize and the team, you speak about, the UN global framework of 2035. And I still don't see how much work have you done so far since it was adopted. And the department, Mr. Mutsunga says, the register says from 2010, the department has been doing some work to make sure that the industry changes and go towards the direction of 2035. So I think that we are very slow. If until now we have not clarified as to, and if the industry has not clarified as to how far you are in terms of dealing with the changes, even if we talk about phases, I just think that from 2010 to 2025 is too many years, and 2035 is closer. And my worry is that we may end up in 2035 without having enough progress that is going to be safe for everyone else. Indeed, I agree with the registrar that the alternatives, as you have said so, Annelize, may be very expensive. If it was you or Cornelia. But I think that we cannot underestimate the effect it has to human beings, and therefore would rather opt for the expensive ones to save the lives of the people. Having said that, I would like to say thank you very much to yourselves, Annelize and the team. We really want to appreciate that you were very patient with us when we said that we did not have time at the time to fit you in when you requested to come through. And when we then bought this space, you were willing to come and make this presentation. So thank you very much, Ms. Crosby, Rolene, Paula, and Mr. Lowe and Mr. Jacobs for your time, and we appreciate the input that you've made. It will help us indeed. Please do not forget, Annelize, to send through the submission that you have requested to make. It will definitely be appreciated. We have come to the end of the first item, and we would like to release you, Annelize. I don't know whether you want to say something before you go.
Just thank you very much, Chair, and wishing you all a wonderful festive season.
Thank you. Same to you, Annelize. You are now released. And Bettina, if you could bring back the...
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Same to you, Cornelia. And Bettina, if you can bring back the agenda on the screen. Well, thank you very much. We're now at the second item, which is the processing of performing animals protection amendment bill and the consideration of the motion of desirability. We have had this item having been brought by Honorable Alexander. And we had a presentation that was made for the first time and the second time. And on the first time, when it was made, the department came and made a presentation, and they indicated that the amendment that Honorable Alexander was requesting, it does not fall under PAPA. And they suggested that there should be an alternative of looking at an issue that was raised by Honorable Alexander and befitted where it is going to be addressed properly and be relevant. We requested them to go back to the legal team, the parliamentary legal team, and the departmental team. And I think about 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, or 3, the team came back and the department was still adamant that the issues do not fall under PAPA bill. So we then discussed as a committee, and I want to believe that we then agreed that we will then no longer continue with the discussion of the bill. We will allow Honorable Alexander and the parliamentary team to assist her to look at where the issues that they are raising do fall, so that it can be addressed properly, given the fact that it doesn't fall under PAPA, and the department has made it very clear in both the presentations that they made in the past 2 meetings. And for today, we thought we will then bring the issue back so that we can then have a closure on the matter. And I think that in the group of the members, when the issue was raised, Honorable Smith then said that he spoke to Honorable Alexander, and Honorable Alexander had said that she still wanted some time to come back. Unfortunately, what we did then, we then went back to the department to say, is there anything different from what they had presented before? And if they are in communication with Miss Alexander, and unfortunately we were told that there are no discussions that are going on with the honourable member, and the department has concluded on the matter in the presentations that they have made. So that's where we stand, honourable members, and that is why we brought the item back. I will take hands if there's anyone who would like to talk to the issue. However, I would like us to entertain the motion of desirability and close the issue. And on the motion of desirability, colleagues, I want to believe that some of you who have been in Parliament for some time, you would know that we have to either agree on going on with the motion, or we conclude it and we close it because the department has said they are done and there's nothing else that we can do. If there's anyone who would like to speak on the matter. Honorable Alexander.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just and thank you for inviting me to the committee. Chair, I'd like to reiterate the purpose and where we are, and the parliamentary legal team guided me quite strongly about where and how this should go and why we landed up here. We have met with the department, or the legal team from Parliament side has met with the department, and we've reiterated over and over again that the reason that we requested to use the Performing Animals Amendment Bill was the fact that
we wanted to make use of the licensing aspect that was within that bill that currently sat there, so that we would have the ability to have a legislation that would license guide dogs and therefore allow for them, or assistance animals that would include guide dogs and other animals that work to assist people, that licensing aspect would allow for people to have more rights when they were in public and were trying to access public spaces and transport. So the reason why this is here is because the department has a licensing arm that already exists in the performing animals bill, and that we were asking to extend the definitions to include access animals. This is not an onerous ask at all. The number of working animals that are trained every year is not going to be a huge burden on this current system, but it would be extremely beneficial to the community that makes use of these animals. We've had this meeting a number of times with officials. I haven't been part of that, but I know that the legal services from that have assisted me with this bill have had these meetings, and there's always been some kind of understanding with the officials that they understand, but then when we come back to these committees, that all those understandings seem to have disappeared. So again, I reiterate, the request is to make use of the licensing aspect that is already there, but would just broaden the definition to include assistance animals as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Honorable Alexander. You know, I understand you've made presentations before the committee and the department came and made presentations in response to what you had brought before the committee. And the issues that you are raising now, they are not new. They are issues that you've raised before in the department. And as you say yourself, that you have met, and although you have not met with the officials at some point, but there has always been an understanding that they understand, but when they come here, the understanding would have changed. The unfortunate part is that just on the point where you say when they come here, so we take what they have presented before us when they came here, and you were here when they made this presentation. So you were part of the presentations, and you have heard clearly what they have said. And we've sent you from here where I'm sitting. I've sent you both yourself and Parliament and the department to go back and work on the issues. The last time when we met, it was the last of those opportunities we were going to hear what we have agreed upon. And when you came back, there was no agreement. The department was still sitting on the same understanding that there's nothing that they can do with the issues that we have raised in the Papa bill. So for us to have brought this item here was to say that if the department and the Parliament is not the legal representative of Parliament and the department have not agreed, and the department says there's nothing they can do about it, then there is nothing that we can do, Honorable Alexander, as a committee, because we are guided and assisted by the department, and we are also guided by the legal teams. And hence we brought this matter here, whether to check whether the committee would like to continue without any information that says we should continue, or we should end the debate of the bill here. So I do appreciate your feeling and how your view of how it could then be done. Unfortunately, the department has not said, has not supported, and both the legal teams of Parliament and the department have not given us any information that would allow us to continue. But let me give to Honorable Smith, and then it will be the Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. When we look at the path that we've gone with the specific piece of legislation or bill on our table, throughout there was a bit of mixed messages on it. So in the beginning, it was open and acknowledgement the need for it and whatever, and then came in certain aspects of it that's not supposed to be within the committee, others that is. So and that's why I raised the matter, that there is engagement on that. But I don't know if the department can just respond on that, because according to my knowledge, there was engagement still going on. So I'm surprised that you say that they say that nothing has happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Smith. Look, the last meeting that we had no indication of the team going back to go and discuss. DTG Sarache and Dr. I've forgotten his name. They made a presentation, and the presentation that made, they said that that's where they end, and that they, in their own understanding and the research and how they have engaged with the legal team, it's that it doesn't fall under PAPA. So even after Honorable Alexander has raised the issue, and you also raised the issue, we went back in the office to go and check with the office of the DTG, Sarache, and the understanding that we got was that there was no further discussion that is taking place. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and obviously thanks to the committee and obviously to the Honourable Alexander. I think that there's an important principle that we need to focus on, and that is we obviously want to encourage members to bring items to the Parliament, to the floor of Parliament, and that not all legislative initiatives should be initiated by the executive. And I think that that's an important principle that was underlined in the Ambrosini judgment. And I'm very sympathetic to the goals that the Honourable Alexander is trying to achieve here. And I think we would be hard-pressed as parliamentarians to take issue with what is being, what is trying to be achieved here. There may be some legal issues around how we do it. And I'm certainly committed to continuing to work with Honourable Alexander and both legal teams to see what we can do either through regulation or amendment to be able to give effect to what is trying to be achieved. I mean, I obviously hear that the department's got a viewpoint on the matter, and the department's legal team. Parliament's legal team has a view on the matter. But I think what we shouldn't lose sight of is what the ultimate goal is here, and that is to be able to ensure that these animals are catered for under a legislative environment. And so I mean, I'm very happy to continue to work with the team to be able to find out how we can give effect to this, because I think it is the intention is noble in this particular instance. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much, Minister. We agree with you, the proposal, and we agree that it's a noble proposal, and that members are encouraged to introduce legislation or bills in Parliament, so that it doesn't just come from the executive only. And I think that Honourable Alexander did just that. And in the presentations that she brought, and the department came, and as I was saying earlier on, we did send them back to go and work on it. I also would personally would like to see it going in the right direction. I know that the department had suggested that it doesn't fall under PAPA, and that in their discussion, the one that we sent them to go and talk about it in the legal with the legal teams of the department and Parliament, was that they should go and look at that alternative legislation that could cover what Honorable Alexander is raising, because clearly on this one, it doesn't fall under. They actually, the department made a presentation and they explored, various areas on how they can assist the member, and they went and met with the member and discussed, and then they came back and said it still does not fall under PAPA, but they did indeed propose an alternative one. It's just that I can't remember what alternative, and maybe if we can go back to one of the presentations that the department has made, Honorable Alexander and the honorable members of the committee, it will then remind us as which one is it. So, Tilana, I want you to come in because I see that you have raised your hand.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. Good morning, Chairperson, or good afternoon. Yes, the department and I had met and we had discussed it. I think Gerrit is in the meeting from the Department of Agriculture, including his director or head of legal services. And we had discussed the matter extensively, and there was willing shown from the department that they would explore the issue regarding licensing and using the system of licensing. The only issue that the department raised was the actual obligation for the department to find that it an offence to not enter a building without a license. They took an issue with that because they said it was more of a social welfare issue, and that it was not in the purview of the Department of Agriculture. But there was willing shown from the department to explore the use of using their license system, and I think the department can confirm that. But they had said a major proviso was that they needed to first explore research on the issue, that they had to consider it with their principals, but there was willingness shown.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
thank you.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you, Tilana. There we are. The department was very clear that it's not in the purview of the department, as much as they were willing to assist Honorable Alexander, as I said, to locate where the issues must fall. Honorable members, I rely on you now. Before we conclude on the matter, is there anyone who would like to take a bite on the discussion before we consider the motion of desirability? Honorable Smith and then Honorable Teto.
Thank you very much, Chair. That's exactly, and I think the last speaker actually indicated very clearly. So there's a part of this proposed legislation that the department is not happy with, and that is in terms of the fine section. But the part that is required actually from that, and that can fall within the department, is the licensing part. And I'm almost feeling like we are about to throw the baby out with the bathwater, instead of looking at the legislation, disregarding the section that is not relevant, and then holding the part related to the licensing aspect, because that is a small amendment that needs to take place, that is not controversial, and it is not going to put any extra burden on the department, except to assist with the licensing process. So I want to really urge that we look at that and assist in that aspect. And the other aspect that is not relevant, that the Honourable Alexander then explore the relevant department to do that part. So, but I'm just afraid that we're going to throw everything out because there's a section that is not relevant, while there's another section that we can really work with. And I think we can contribute positively towards a solution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mteto.
Thanks, Chair. This is a legal matter, and in law, we have what we call textual interpretation of the law and contextual interpretation of the law. So, if you take a text and you say you want to expand a text in the law or in a clause, you must understand that that text is not just mere text, but it has a context wherein this law or legislation was drawn under or from or subtended by. So in this case, there is an act under public works, because public works would regulate the access to buildings of the state for public entry and exit. In this case, you have animals that need to be licensed and allowed entry and access. But you don't interpret the law out of context, because once you expand the text to mean what you want, eventually when context is brought in, it changes the whole ball game altogether. Then it means you need to start the law, the legislation all together to fit your purpose. So once you are told it doesn't exist in this legislation, go to the legislation which deals with the context of why you want the licensing element of this law is because of allowance of entry of into public spaces, which is regulated by a different department. But let's not coerce the matter to change the entire legislation or to read it out of context. A directive that you must come here intentional you of exploiting the licensing ordinance. But now that you have given an answer by the legal expert of this department under this act of purpose, you just take that and then fit it where it fits, and it will still serve the same purpose. But to change the whole legislation, the context is going to hit us, or what we call the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law is an unwritten law, which means it may not be in a clause, there may not be a text, but at the end of the day, when we read the spirit of this law, it must augur with the context and the purpose, and it may be something different than what we want to put in this act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mteto. Honourable Davis, I thought you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And Chair, I just wanted to support the speaker and say that there is a view of the department, so let us follow that view. Because I can recall even when we discussed with the department the issue of the farm evictions, it was said it doesn't fall under our mandate as the department. So the same thing is now happening, Chair. So I think what the Honourable Member Alexander can do is to engage the department where this issue must be discussed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Members. I think that we have come to the conclusion of this matter. Honourable Members and Honourable Alexander, maybe I must first address you and say that we want to appreciate that you brought the issue of the amendment of the bill to the committee, and unfortunately we have had enough discussions, and at the end of the discussions is that
you may want to go and explore in other legislations where it can be fitted. And I think the Honorable Mchata just reminded me of one of those that they said it falls under public works and the like. I'm glad that the minister also indicates that he's willing to discuss with you. And maybe what we can do here is to allow you to go back with the legal teams and see where it falls in and where they can assist you. It may not necessarily fall under PAPA. Maybe it falls under any other legislation in agriculture. And if it doesn't, it falls under other legislations of other departments. That's where you can go to. So, honorable members, we have come to a part where we have to decide on the motion of desirability so that we adopt the motion. It's clear that we agree that Honorable Alexander would have to go and explore different alternatives to get the issues that she would want to raise. So it means that this committee will no longer continue with the bill and the amendments, and so I want to see the support of the adoption of that, and then we will then bring a report later on to the committee. Okay, so I see there's no show of hand. It means, oh, okay, I have the Honorable David. Is that a legacy hand, Honorable Mkutama?
No, it's a new hand, Chair.
Okay.
I support your summary. That's why I was raising my hand, Chair.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Honorable Mkutama? Unmute, Honorable Mkutama.
Chair, I second the proposal.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. The item ends here. And then let me thank all of you colleagues. The last item, Minister and the DG, is an item that is going to be discussed by the committee. But I would like to say thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for coming. We already have missed you in this committee, as you would have heard when Honorable Trolley made an intervention earlier on, that we have not seen you for some time. I know that it has been one of the reasons probably was the preparation of the G20. We want to believe that now that the G20 is done and dusted, and that we have a declaration having signed by the heads of states, that we will see the minister back more in the committee, so that all issues that the honorable members are raising, the minister will then be able to take them up as leader of the department. DG, thank you very much for your time. Honorable Alexander Intelana, you are also excused. I'm not very sure if the minister is still here. I'm trying to check and if there's anything he wants to say.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. DDGs and DG, you are excused. Thank you very much. Honorable members, please stay for the last item.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chair.
Thank you. Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
We're supposed to go through the motion, Chair, MOD, as well as the report.
Okay. Can you put it through?
What is it now?
Excuse me, colleagues, just a second. Let me get water. Thank you. I'm sorry, colleagues, I'm a bit fluish. I drink a lot of water. Okay. Okay, motion of disability on the Performing Animals Protection Amendment Bill, Bill 12, 2025. Sorry. So the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, can somebody read for me, please? My voice is bad. My throat is so dry. Or can we just go down? Just scroll down, members will read. Yeah, just stop there. Honorable members, please do read. I would like to read for you, but the flu is not helping me out here. Okay, go ahead. Scroll up. Okay, on the informal discussion.
Can I read through, Chair, for you?
Please.
Okay. This is a motion of disability on the Performing Animal Protection Amendment Bill, Bill 12 of 2025. The Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, having received the Performing Animal Protection Amendment Bill, Bill 12 of 2025, Section 76 for consideration and reporting, complied with the National Assembly Rule 9th Edition Rule 286. The committee followed the process through Rule 286 as follows. Rule 2863, which states that committee to which a bill introduced by a member of the assembly member in his or her individual capacity has been referred must provide reasonable notice to the person in charge of the bill before it considers the bill. Additionally, Rule 2866 states that in the process of inquiries into a bill, the committee must, where applicable, as far as possible, apply the following separate formal stages. Informal discussion on the principles and subject of the bill, including a briefing by the department concerned, and in the case of member's bill, by the member concerned, and consideration of public comments that have been received. Adoption of a motion of disability relating to whether the principle of the bill and the need of the bill are accepted. Rule 2864 further states that after due deliberation, the committee must consider a motion of disability on the subject matter of the bill. If rejected, must immediately table the bill and its report on the bill to the National Assembly. If the motion of disability is adopted, the committee must proceed to deliberate on the details of the legislation. So members have to be clear whether they reject the motion is not desirable. The motion is not desirable or not. Is desirable or not? Hello, Chair.
Oh, I'm talking alone here. I'm muted. I was saying that we already have done that, Albertina. If you go down to 286.4I, after due deliberation, the committee must consider a motion of disability on the subject matter of the bill, and if rejected, must immediately table the bill and its report on the bill on the National Assembly. We have already done that. It has been rejected, and it means, as I said, we must table the bill and its report to the National Assembly.
Okay, Chair, let me share the report with you, the committee as well.
Sure. I don't believe I was talking alone. Yeah. Okay, can you help me again, Albertina, and go through?
Okay, Chair. The report of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture on the Performing Animal Protection Amendment Bill, Bill number 12 of 2025, National Assembly, proposed Section 76, dated 25 November 2025. The Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, having considered the Performing Animals Protection Amendment Bill, Bill 12 of 2025, Private Members Bill, and the explanatory summary of the bill as introduced in the National Assembly as Section 76 bill, and referred to the Portfolio Committee reports on the bill as follows. The Performing Animal Amendment Bill, Bill number 12 of 2025, was introduced in the National Assembly and referred to the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture on 29 April 2025, CATC 29 April 2025. The objectives of the bill, as per the bill, Chair, those objectives, they are part of the bill that was shared with the members. The bill seeks to amend the Performing Animal Protection Act 1935 so as to regulate access to private or public area building facilities or transport systems of assistant animal accompanying a person with disability. Provide the national licensing officer the national licensing officer may also be specialist in training of assistant animals. To provide that a person with disability who intends to have an assistant animal accompany him or her into a private or public space, building, facility, or transport system must apply for license to do so. Provide for the inclusion of details of assistant animal accompanying a person with disability in an application for a license. To further regulate the visitation and assessing of the premises that will be the living quarters of the assistant animal. Sorry, sir, I can't speak properly.
Okay, let me help you.
To amend criteria for granting a license, to amend the criteria for a valid license, to also regulate instances where an assistant animal may be refused access to a premises, to provide for the minister to make regulations regarding further licensing conditions, to ensure that a person with disability is granted access on an equal basis with others to the physical environment, transportation, and all other facilities open or provide to the public, both in urban and rural areas, to insert new definition and to provide for matters connected therewith. For consideration of a performing animal protection amendment bill, Bill number 1225. In considering the private members' bill, the Portfolio Committee invited the parliamentary member who introduced the bill, Honorable W.P. Alexander, for a briefing on 22 July 2025. This was followed by a briefing by the Department of Agriculture on the private members' bill on 9 September 2025, and further input by legal advisors from the Department of Agriculture and Parliamentary Legal Services on 21st October 2025. Following the input from the Department and Legal Services on the 21st of October, the committee resolved to consider and adopt a motion of desirability on the 25th of November 2025. Motion of desirability and committee decision. The Portfolio Committee, having invited the member who introduced the bill and following input made by the Department of Agriculture that administered the relevant and other legislation that may be impacted by the amendment bill once passed into law, deliberated on the content of the bill, and then voted on the motion of desirability of the bill. Members of the committee unanimously found the bill undesirable for further processing, and the motion of desirability of the performing animal protection amendment bill was rejected. During its deliberation, the committee acknowledged the need for equal treatment of all people with disabilities, irrespective of the nature of disability or mandated by the Constitution, or as mandated by the Constitution of the Republic. Additionally, prevention of unfair discrimination of persons on the ground of disability is provided for in the Promotion and Equality of Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act number 4 of 2000. The primary purpose of Performing Animals Protection Act, that is PAPA, Act number 24 of 1935, which is the primary act that the private members bill seeks to amend, is to protect performing animals from harm. However, the amendment...
Albertina?
Chair?
Just it says the primary purpose of the Performing Animals Protection Act, PAPA, Act number 24 of 1935, which is the principal act that the private members bill. So you can continue from there.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Which is the principal act that the private members bill seeks to amend, is to protect performing animals from harm. However, the amendment bill introduces a human rights matter into a legislation that deals with animal rights and welfare. In this regard, the responsible department opined that using animal welfare legislation as a tool to enforce anti-discrimination laws for persons with disability may not be legally enforced or sustainable through PAPA. Further, the rights of assistant animals are already protected under another legislation, the Animal Protection Act number 71 of 1962. If there is a need to enhance legislation related specifically to the welfare of assistant animals, such can be promulgated as regulations under the Animal Protection Act. It was recommended that the amendments to enforce the rights of people with disability as intended can be drafted under the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, or a new act be enacted to enhance the rights of persons with disability who use assisted animals, or the Animal Matters Amendment Act number 42 of 1993, that addresses human injuries caused by animals, be amended to incorporate the rights as intended. Report to be considered.
Thank you. Honourable members, there is your report. Can I see a hand that hands that would help us to adopt the report? Honourable Ntetwa and Honourable Britama. Honourable Ntetwa, do you have a problem with network? Unmute yourself. Don't speak alone.
Oh, yes, Chair.
Yes, go ahead. The report has been presented before you. It needs to be adopted.
Yes, I support the report at face value as it is read to us, that the desirability is not on this act and in this department, but it is on another department, which is Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's a legacy hand. Any supporter of the proposal, honourable members? Honourable Trolley?
Chairperson, just for clarity, I saw in the first part of the report where we said we support a motion of desirability. And now Honourable Mtetwa is saying there's a motion of desirability that it's not for this department, it's for another department. What are we saying here?
No, we're talking to the report that is an additional thing that he has said, but what we have written on the report does not include that.
Well, Chair, we just need to get clarity because we need to know exactly what the report says, if it's what is written and been read to us, or what Honourable Mtetwa says. So either he supports the report or he doesn't, and he comes up with an alternative proposal. He can't just amend the proposal and say he supports it, but he amends it.
Oh, yes. Thanks for that. Honourable Mtetwa, I don't know what you mean when you say that, whether you want to have the report, but I thought if we read it to yourselves where you do not understand, you'll go back. So the request that we're making is the mover to adopt the report. And I think Honourable Trollip is right when he says, are you moving or are you amending?
Chair, the question was about the desirability. And it was read here that the report has been rejected as there is no desirability.
Yes.
That is what I'm saying. I support that there is no desirability.
Okay. So you're not amending the report. Okay, then second.
Yeah, no, I'm not amending. I was actually trying to address the multiple interpretation which I picked up through Honourable Trolley.
Okay. Any seconder, honourable members?
Chair, to you is Honourable Mutama. I seconded the motion by Honourable Mteto.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. The report has been adopted. Let's go to the last item, Albertino. The last item is going to be presented by the officials. Where is Nontobeko? Colleagues, this last item we have discussed previously, and we have to conclude so that we can submit. When we discussed the last time, we were sitting at, I think it's 120 Plain Street, and there were proposals, additional proposals on the report, and we allowed the researcher to go and include the proposals that were made by yourselves, honorable members. So I want us to look at it now quickly and agree on it so that we can submit to the House Chair's office for further processing.
Good afternoon, Chair and members.
Yes, good afternoon, Rebecca. You can go ahead.
So I don't think I'll read through the entire document, but maybe just to highlight some aspects that we tried to cover. So what we did...
just there before you continue, yes, you have to do that, but also go to the part where the honorable members would like to concentrate on the issues that they would like to explore. Continue.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. So I'll be guided by the members. So Albertina, I think you can scroll down maybe to the recommendations. I think maybe that's the most relevant part.
The most important, yeah.
So yeah, whilst Albertina is scrolling through the document, so we've looked at different regions across, and what we tried to identify was where the committee could have an interest to go and see how some of the pertinent challenges that we have as a country in the sector, where they could go and try to gain some experiences and some lessons on what could be done to address the challenges that we have. So the main challenges that we focused on was on small-scale farmer development, the issue of agricultural cooperatives as a vehicle for small-scale farmer development, the issues of climate change. I think the sector has always been prone to these, but we see it even now currently with the inclement weather that's currently going on, the high rainfall volumes. And then we looked at issues of market access. That's also been a bone of contention in the past year. We've had several challenges. And then, of course, the biosecurity issues. And I think even the department and the minister have made this a priority for the department. So having highlighted all these issues and what we think the committee could try to focus on for the 5 years, and it's also, we extracted some of these issues from the strat plan of the committee. So we tried to see what best countries have some similarities. Of course, it can't exactly be the same, but countries that have some similarities to the sector itself, how it operates, the size of the sector, the nature of the challenges, and how they've addressed their challenges. So for the agricultural cooperatives, we looked at Kenya and the potential lessons that can be drawn from there. In terms of that, they even have a legislation that actually governs and it protects and it promotes specifically agricultural cooperatives. Well, across all the countries, the issues of small-scale farmer development, you will find it as a recurring theme.
And then in terms of climate change, for example, in Europe, we looked at Germany, and then we also looked at Portugal. So Portugal, for example,
My apology, Chair. The screen is not scrolling down. If we can just scroll down to the relevant section, please. Thank you.
Okay. So Albertina, I'm not reading through the document. I'm just highlighting the things that we looked at. So if you can go to part 3 on recommendations. Thank you. So I was saying, for climate change, we looked, for example, some of the European countries that we looked at Germany, and we also looked at Portugal. Portugal also does have small-scale farmers. So we thought, let's bring in that dynamic where we're not focusing only on technologically advanced and fully developed agricultural sectors. So we looked at those two, but also in terms of the weather patterns there, they also have issues of drought from time to time. So we looked at that. One interesting thing also on Portugal, the government there has legislated again local procurement from local farmers. So any local public procurement has to come from, there's a designated percentage, I can't remember, but that must come from the local farmers. That was also an interesting part. In terms of course, the issue of expanding export market access, potentially if the committee could, have some bilaterals to just try and position the South African agricultural sector in any of the countries that we would look at. But also the issue of, in terms of expanding export market access, we looked at 2 BRICS countries. BRICS has now expanded. So the BRICS countries we looked at Ethiopia and we looked at Egypt, with the view, of course, of the now in force, the African continental free trade area. There was that, but also Egypt was also very interesting because it's quite an arid country, but they've done quite substantial work in terms of developing irrigation agriculture, which the NDP had espoused that we could grow the sector if we can expand irrigation agriculture. So that's something to look at and to consider. And then the last one, it was recommended by Mr. Ocamp, yes, the former member of the committee, on biosecurity measures. So with that one, he suggested, or he proposed, that we look at in South America, that we look at Argentina. What Argentina has done, and they've done it quite successfully, was to be able to control the foot and mouth disease through, they have vaccine production. I don't know why now it's skipping my mind. Through vaccine production, and they had a full rollout of a vaccination program. And in how it was done, they would be able to still access export markets even with the vaccination. So we've looked at that and we've highlighted that. The only caveat I would say is that, quite different to our setup, is that the vaccine production facilities are privately held and owned, whilst the state is the one that's having the rollout of the vaccination drive. Whereas in our case with the OBP, it's a public. The government owns the OBP, so it's a publicly held 3P, I think, entity. So that would be the only difference in terms of how to get this public-private setup as part of one FMD program. So yeah, I think I'll end there. Nogzola, sorry, Jay, through you. Nogzola, you can also, I don't know, add if there's anything else.
Okay, so don't go up, don't go, go back at the recommendations, just stop there, stop at the recommendations. Yeah, Knox, do you want to say something before I allow members?
No, Chair, I'm covered.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, there is a report. You had an opportunity to look at it before, and it was sent to yourselves. I just wanted us to look at the recommendations there. Maybe we want to look at the issues that I said they are the ones that are important. That what do you want to pursue if we take and if we undertake and excuse me, I'm so sorry. Oh, my chest. If we want to undertake a visit internationally, what are the issues that we want to look at? I know that biosecurity is an issue. And all five items here, the small-scale farmer development, agricultural cooperatives, adaptation to climate change, expanding export market access, and effective biosecurity measures. These are the issues that we may want to look at. So when we look at these countries, we would want probably to look at the ones that cover most of what are a recommendation here. But honorable members, it's your meeting, so I want you to please come in. Honorable Trolley, Honorable Smith, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Smith, Trolley, you can start.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the work that the researchers and the support team have put in. I was looking at all the recommended places, and I came up with 3 shortlisted countries that we should consider visiting. First of all, Argentina, I believe, has many similarities. Southern Hemisphere country, former colonized nation. The biosecurity issue around foot and mouth, I think, is very important. But they also produce similar agricultural products, and they also have extensive commercial farming operations with emerging small-scale farmers. There would be a language difficulty. I mean, they don't speak English a lot there, but I'm sure we can overcome that. My second choice would be Egypt, especially around the issues related to irrigation in an arid country, and it is an African country. And it's important to look at technology as well as infrastructure development for irrigation. I'm concerned that we haven't developed any big irrigation schemes in the last number of decades in this country, and I think there's still massive opportunity in that regard. So I think it would be beneficial. Language there is also a problem, but English is a medium that is used in Egypt. And then my third choice would be Portugal, but I'm just concerned about us visiting Northern Hemisphere countries, even though they produce some of the similar crops that we do, and they have small farmers, and the legislation around local content is interesting, but we can read about local content legislation. I'm concerned about us going to Northern Hemisphere countries to learn about agricultural practices when we actually are a Southern Hemisphere country. Thanks, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Trolley. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to waste the time. I think Honourable Trolley summed my recommendation up similarly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mtetwa.
Yes, Chair. It would be nice if you gave us the conditions or preconditions that we are limited to one country, visit 2. If you can give us how long is the duration of the trip, And then 3, is it adaptable that you can have more than one just to maximize the benefit so that you move from this country to pick up some of the things and then you go to the other to pick other experiences so that when you come back, you have a bouquet of options of what we would have learned, because definitely all the items that we say are a focus, the small-scale agricultural cooperative, adaptation to climate change, expanding export, effective biosecurity, all of these, we are ticking all of them. But the question would be if our researcher can quantify availability of these things per country profile, and then so when we zoom into 1 or 2, depending on preconditions and allowability, then we know that we're going there because we will pick up 2 of the total things that we need, or we're going there to pick up the other. We can't choose against all of these things. They are all independent of one another. And then, so we just need a country that will give us the benefit. So if we are allowed to can do more than one, we can do it depending on how adaptable and adjustable is the program and what is allowed. But we need all of these things. Then let the decision-making process tell us whether are we allowed to choose the way we want or we are restricted to a specific country and you don't change. So then we can decide we're on one aspect, which is a hot potato, and we leave the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mthethwa. Honorable Trollip, do you want to come back on that, the legacy hand?
Sorry, it's a legacy hand, sorry.
Thank you. Honorable Mthethwa, I think that officials probably will help in responding to specifically on whether we can go to countries. I can imagine that the proposal that we have here from Honorable Trollip, which seems to be amenable to other members, whether you can go to Argentina and go to Portugal at the same time, I don't think probably it would be possible. However, the issue there would be the issue there would be funding. So that's why I think officials must help us here, whether that is possible to visit 1 or 2 countries to make sure that we maximize on our experiences and the work that we're going to do, as Honorable Mthethwa is proposing and wants to know if that is possible. For those of you who have been here in Parliament, I'm trying to check. I see that Honorable Trollip, you have responded. Visiting more than 1 country means restricted time to access. Okay. To assess local situations, and obviously travel costs are prohibitive. Yes, I thought so. That it would be a bit difficult to go to 2 countries or more because of funding in Parliament. But Knox, Honorable Mthethwa also raises the fact that the issue that I raised earlier on that for now, maybe let's go to the 3 or even 2, Argentina and Egypt, but we can include Portugal too. If we can maximize on the issues that we want to look at, the proposals on the recommendations that we have here. Is it possible for you to just summarize whether in Argentina, what is it that we can get? I know biosecurity there, you spoke about it, and that's mostly commercial farmers and business. What else can we learn there? Clearly, it does not give us the small-scale farmer development area there. Is there anything around agricultural cooperatives? I know that Egypt would have that. Yeah, so just talk to that, Nond.
Chair, so with Argentina, and Mr. Throp spoke to that, they do have, I won't call it a lopsided, the same way we have the duality in our sector in the country, where you have large commercial farmers and then you also have small scale farmers. They do have also that kind of a dynamic at play due to historical reasons. So that's one of the similarities that, to be able to see how we can, of course, invest in the sector, grow the sector, but still with the type of structure of the agricultural sector. So there's something comparable there that we can see. Yes, they do have, they also produce maize, but also the livestock sector is quite a significant chunk of what they produce. And also something that came to mind, I was even thinking with the presentation of Wandile Slobo during the Strat plan, and how he will always say the Eastern Cape could be, like the livestock capital of South Africa, but how we need to be able to develop a strong livestock sector. So that part of the considerations for me was that. But also the sector does employ, so outside of the northern and more developed and more urbanized areas, generally where you find the agriculture, it's quite rural and it's quite sparse. So again, another similarity for us. And as such, the sector actually contributes quite significantly in terms of direct and indirect employment, which part of our challenge is to be able to, grow more jobs in the sector. So besides the FMD matter, I think some of the considerations that I saw in Argentina were mainly around that.
Nondo, go to Egypt.
Okay. So, sorry. With Egypt, Chair, I think, and Nogzola can also back me up on this one. I think that's been a front runner with some of us in the management committee. But what we looked at with Egypt, it was definitely the irrigation development. We spoke about that. And again, also, it's the size of so relative to their GDP, the size of the agricultural sector, it's like over 10% of the country's GDP. So that was something that was attractive to us. Like how do we get to, grow again, like the economic potential of growing the sector beyond the level where it's at right now. So we considered that. Also, even their crops, they have maize, they have sugarcane. So those type of similarities. And they also do export quite a lot also, some of their produce. Okay, but also I think it's more of a geographical location dynamic that also assists them to be able to export some of their produce. So yeah, we looked at that. Oh yes, and then the last one, Chair, before I forget, there have been some efforts also for agricultural subsidies with Egypt. So that's a question also that the committee, from time to time it comes up, what can be done to better support farmers and to grow the sector and that kind of thing. So to be able maybe to get, an example of how some of these subsidy programs work, or what has worked, what hasn't worked. So that's another consideration that we had. I'm sorry, yeah, Chair, I can't comment on the financing of the study tour or the length of time. I think Albertina, maybe you could maybe, yeah, if there's a comment that you want to put in.
Sorry, Chair, I don't have any comment. Mr. Crosby has already explained, and that is the process. The committee is only allowed to go to one country at the time because of finance.
Geez, I like talking to myself. Colleagues, I'm sorry about that. Honorable members, is there anyone who would like to suggest another one? Albertina, don't take it down. Utheni Albertina uyikhipha i-documents engavumelananga? Nox, go up, Albertina. Let me see the other countries. Noxola. Noxola ukhona.
Excuse me, Chairperson. Yes, I'm here, Chairperson.
I know that you are not well, but any comment? Go up, Albertina. We have Kenya and Egypt and Argentina, Portugal, Germany. Can you guys talk to Germany?
So, Chair, with Germany, we considered it because of course, they are quite advanced, their sector. So whether it's in terms of technological advancements and the like, but also what the main thing that we looked at there was food safety type of issues and how that is controlled. So even with the discussion earlier in the morning today, so whether it's in terms of, what research and development has been put into being able to, develop some of these alternative agrochemicals, or whether it's in the machinery space, we looked at that. But also just the food safety system, if I can call it that. So from farm to fork, that kind of thing, to be able to see what type of interventions and technologies that could potentially spearhead the sector towards, more efficient food production, but of course, safer food. So yeah, we really considered that. But also there's in terms of organic, organic production of food, they are quite, they are quite advanced even in terms of that. So we were looking more the biosecurity, but also the food safety. So it's mostly, I don't want to say it's more sciencey, what we looked at there, but they have quite a few innovations that we thought, okay, it could be interesting, and maybe some of it, and it might not be a lot because they are so advanced, but there could be some of the technologies that they have that could be of interest.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we have the proposals, and we have requested Nontobeko to come back and just explain a bit in relation to the recommendations that we have down there. She has spoken to them. May I hear the solidifying so that we close the meeting? Is already 1. In relation to the proposals, Honorable Mtetwa, are you coming back, and Honorable Smith?
Yes. No, I wanted to say, Chair, I think I'm guided now. Let's look at, there are factors that we need to look at in order for us to make a choice. Let's look at our coffers, how much do we have and how much it allows us to do. Then we do cost benefit analysis in terms of traveling to any of the countries do we want to choose. Look at how expensive, how affordable is that country. Then we zoom into one item or two. We mustn't think that we can have everything, but at least one aspect that we feel when we get it from whichever country we go to, it will have a benefit for us coming back, at least to solve one or two things that we can find. So which means it's no longer based on our choices on what we like the most. I think the financing part, the duration, the restrictions are telling us choose one. And for me to choose, if at least the costs are laid down and we'll pay against what we can afford, what our budget allows us to do, let's look at those. And then our researchers can zoom in based on all factors considered. When everything is equal, let's make a choice, because clearly we need all, but we may not get all. So rather, whatever we can get, let's actually support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want us to take a decision today so that when they go, they work on what we would have proposed. Honorable Trollip has proposed three countries, and he says, he has added Portugal, although it is on the other hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere, but he thinks that we can include that. So I want us to walk out of here today having agreed on which countries we can take to also, so that we can work on them. Honorable Smith?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to narrow it down. I think Argentina as a first choice and Egypt as a second choice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Nkabane.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I did not unmute myself. Thank you so much. I just want to align myself with the latter speaker, Chair, to say, be it they are still going to consider financial implications and so forth, but I also align myself with the latter speaker to say, let's go for Argentina and Egypt. Looking at various factors, how labor intensive their agricultural system it is. I think the committee is going to benefit a lot out of that study too. So let's just agree in principle that those are the two countries that we are going to learn from. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Nkabane. I think that the other members are agreeing. Look, English says silence means content, so I think that you are consenting to the proposals that are made. Is there any different or additional input from other members? Honorable
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Ndalane.
I think I agree with them, but to add Portugal.
Oh, so you want us to take the three?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much. I think that we are agreeing on the proposals that are put on the table. Thank you very much, Honorable Trollip and Honorable members. I think we've come to the end of the last item. Nonto and the team, you'll go and work, Albertina, you'll work on the issues on the three countries and come back to us with what you would have found in relation to our profiles and the like. Honorable Mtetwa calls it cost benefit that we have to balance with the work that we want to go into and start in the other countries. Nondo, would you like to say something at the end? Because that was your presentation.
No, Chair, I think I'm fine. I'm covered. We'll discuss with the colleagues and then we'll communicate through you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you very much. Albertina, you can take down that presentation now. Can you go back to the agenda? Bettina, are you still with me? Yes. All right. So we are at the end of the day. Colleagues, I want to say thank you very much for your time and the inputs that you always make. I walk out of here every day having learned one or two things in our language. It says, so I learn every day when we come to these meetings. I want to truly appreciate your inputs and your time. Our meeting today stands adjourned. We'll see each other next week. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.